Alrighty. Okay. Oh, I thought I'm not going to say that. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the UBC Youth Circle. First of all, I want to recognize the traditional territory of the Squamish people and their ancestors. And at this time, I'll just welcome the speakers into the room. And just so all of you know that we are recording this session for educational purposes because we do post this online as a learning resource. We also want to become the future of the learning repository where people come for this information. And right at this point in time, I'd like to welcome Squamish. Or is it Squamish that we have online right now? Up on video conference? Stolo. Sorry, Stolo.
That's okay. Hi, good morning.
And Adobe Connect, if we have a number of people that are probably still joining us. That's why we had a little bit of a delay today starting, because this is our first morning session that we're starting at 9 a.m. So it does look like we have a few more joining us on video conference. It looks like we have, if you want to say this band,
Nakasley.
And then we have the Stolos, and looks like we will have Tillicum. And in addition to that, we do have a number of connects. So I'll maybe before we end the session, we'll find out where everybody's from as they join us. And you've already have your video conference on mute. Thank you very much. And what I'm going to do is turn the floor over to Jessica, because we do have some new workers and I don't want to do the introduction and not do the introduction for Dakota. So I will turn the floor over to you and let you introduce yourself and introduce Dakota. Oh, wait, sorry. I guess I should have. So today's session is HIV 101, and it's an exciting and interactive session with YouthCO, HIV and Hep C community outreach. And again, so if you have any questions, the format, if Jessica will explain the format that she'd like to take questioning, that would be great as well. Thank you.
Yeah, so questions at any time are very much appreciated. We usually, HIV 101 is our basic workshop, and we use it to talk about all sorts of sexual health stuff. So as we're explaining HIV and kind of stuff around that, feel free to ask any questions that come up. People always have all sorts of questions about other things as well. So my name is Jessica St. Jean. I'm from the Squamish Nation personally, and I work at an organization called YouthCO. And what YouthCO is we're a youth HIV and hepatitis C society. That's our name. And what that means is we offer support and outreach and also education to youth that are living with or affected by HIV or hepatitis C. The reason we exist is because HIV and hepatitis C are both viruses that exist in our world, and people living with these viruses need support. And before YouthCO existed, there were support organizations for HIV, but young people, they were finding that young people were having a hard time and feeling a little bit uncomfortable accessing the same services as adults. So that's where we came in. We like to think we're fun and youthy. We do all sorts of stuff. We'd have like drop-in programs. We have support programs for youth living with HIV. We have like interactive art events and like laser tag. And I think they're doing some sort of trampoline, what is it?
Trampoline dodgeball.
Trampoline dodgeball. So like we do all sorts of random stuff to have like a fun time and create community and support for each other. So that's kind of our support side, and then we also have an education side. So me and Dakota are on the education team, and what we do is we go out to like youth groups, and we do the learning circle, and we go to high schools, and we also travel a little bit in British Columbia as well, and we talk about HIV. And the reason we do that is because worldwide, about 50% of new cases of HIV diagnosis are for youth between the ages of 15 and 24. So a lot of us fall into that category. It's really important that we can have comfortable interaction and back and forth conversation about these things that are really relevant to us in our lives. That being said, me and Dakota are also, our education program is called the Aboriginal Youth Program. So we work specifically with Aboriginal youth, Dakota and I, because in BC, Aboriginal people are about 5% of the population, but we actually make up 15% of new diagnoses of HIV, so that's a pretty big difference. So we're what we call disproportionately affected by HIV. So it's really important that we have other youth that have kind of the same life experiences as us. You know, we know there's a lot of different nations in BC. We have such a diverse, so much diversity across BC, but that it does help to have kind of like a peer that we can relate to talk about these things in an open and honest way that comes free of judgment. Yeah, so that's YouthCO, and maybe I'll let Dakota talk for a second and introduce herself.
My name is Dakota. I am the Aboriginal Outreach Educator at YouthCO. I'm fairly new, just starting out, and I'm creating Ojibwe from the Plains, and yeah. Mm-hmm. And maybe we should, because we're going to Stalo soon.
Yeah, we're actually going to Stalo soon, which is funny. I think we'll be up in Stalo on the 20th. We've connected with a health nurse. I forget her name. I apologize. But yeah, we'll be there on the 20th. And I know Stalo isn't just one place. Don't worry. Apparently we might... Oh, there she is. Hello. So apparently we're going to work it out.
It's Lorinda. So yes,
Hey,
we're really
how's it
excited to be bringing you out and of course talking about other opportunities. But yeah, so I'm going to be quiet and let you carry on.
Totally. Hello. It's good to see a familiar face. So one last thing before we start is we have a Facebook page. It's called Aboriginal Youth Program. Feel free to like us. We post kind of youth-friendly sexual health and just kind of health stuff in general. Sometimes it's the health for Mother Earth, like we post stuff about I Don't Know More and stuff. But yeah, we're Aboriginal Youth Program on Facebook. YouthCO Aid Society also has a Facebook page, and we post all sorts of fun stuff there. And if you ever have any questions, you can find my email on our website, which is youthco.org. You can check us out and if you have any more questions. And like I said, we usually are used to these workshops being like quite interactive. So if you have any questions or comments, or if I say something wrong and you're like, no, that's wrong, feel free to like chime in and just put your 2 cents in, because we are peer-based education. I'm not an expert. I'm not a nurse. I make mistakes, and feel free to call me on it. But usually my mistakes aren't too bad, so don't worry. I know my stuff for the most part. So I'm going to start off our workshop. Our workshop is broken down into 2 parts, because there's 2 parts that are really important regarding HIV. And one of them, and regarding a person's health that's living with HIV. So the first part is the social aspect of HIV. So all of the social stuff that goes in to a person living with HIV and how it affects their wellness is a really important part of living with HIV. And the second part is the physical part, so how HIV affects us physically. So there's 2 kind of ways that HIV can affect our wellness, so kind of social and physical. And I'll start off with talking about the social stuff. So HIV is surrounded by a lot of stigma. Has anyone heard of the word stigma before? Hmm? Yeah. So stigma, most of us have heard the word stigma. We can't really like put our finger like exactly on what the word means. We kind of know it's like bad and we've kind of heard of it. But stigma is kind of like a stereotype. So, and what that is, it's a group of negative generalizations often myths and assumptions about a group of people. So that's a stereotype. For example, we would say like a stereotype. What's a stereotype about young people? So sometimes, oh, sorry, I see you guys moving around there. So stereotypes about young people, stereotypes exist in all parts of our society. So some stereotypes about young people, for example, is that young people are lazy, or young people like to drink a lot. We all know those common stereotypes, and we know that they're not true for all young people all the time. A prime example of a stereotype. And what stigma is the same kind of idea. It's negative generalizations and assumptions and myths, but it's about a thing. And in this case, that thing is HIV. So HIV is surrounded by a lot of negative judgments and stereotypes and assumptions. And we are pretty sure that's related to a few things that we think about when we think of HIV. So one of the things we think about when we hear HIV is sex. So sex is one of the ways that HIV can pass. And our society has a lot of hang-ups about sex. Sex is used to sell everything from like water, like sexy water ads, to like jeans. Sorry, we sexualize like everything in our society. But when it comes time to actually have open and honest conversations about sex and about our health, that's when people get all weird and like kind of get closed off to us, which is so weird, and it's so bad for our health. But we know that that exists. There's also a lot of sexism in our society. We always use the example, like, what's a girl called if she's getting a lot of sex? So girls, if they're getting a lot of sex, they can be called sluts, whores, just kind of a negative, a lot of negativity surrounding female sexuality. If guys are getting lots of sex, awesome, you're getting lots of sex. So it's kind of more of a positive look on males getting lots of sex. That is not equal. So that's a prime example of sexism and all the things that can make us really hard. Make it really hard to just talk openly and honestly about sex and sexual health. And this is always where we do our sex disclaimer when we bring up sex, is that I'll be talking about sex today. It doesn't mean I assume you're having sex or you're not having sex, or that it's even any of my business, or any of anyone else's business if you don't feel like talking about it. But we will be talking a little bit about sex. It might be relevant to you right now. It might not be relevant, and that's okay. But chances are sometime between now and when we're like 85, we're going to get down with someone, and we want to have that information for when that happens. So even if this information isn't so relevant to you right now, it's okay. You can always like share it with your cousin or like share it with your friends. So you yourself can be a peer educator and share this knowledge with other youth. So sex is one of the big things that kind of add to that stigma that surround HIV, which is the judgments and assumptions and generalizations. And the second thing that really gets put on top of people living with HIV is the blame. So when people get HIV, oftentimes other people blame them. They say, why weren't you using protection, or why weren't you being safer? And essentially HIV is a virus that's passed from one person to another. And it's not really anyone else's, it's not their business, like what that person was doing, but people do get really nosy and they do blame people for getting HIV. And we always kind of compare it to cancer. So there's two health conditions in our society that exist, HIV and cancer. And cancer, there's some things that we can do to make ourselves even more likely to get cancer. Like we can smoke, depending on how much we exercise or how much we take care of ourselves. We can make ourselves more likely to get cancer. Even there's some cancers that are caused by sex, such as HPV, which can cause cervical cancer. But there's still not that blame put on people that get cancer, right? And that's not to blame people that get cancer at all. It's just to show that there's kind of two health conditions in our society, but one of them has a lot of blame and a lot of shame surrounding it, which is HIV. And these are usually done in really interactive ways, so bear with me if I'm rambling, but I think I'm doing a pretty decent job, and ask any questions if they come up. So another thing that I think makes people really nervous about HIV is the feeling that it causes death, so that HIV can lead to AIDS, and that leads to death. So when HIV first popped up, kind of in the 70s and 80s, people were really scared. There wasn't any medication. They didn't know much about HIV, and people were dying, sometimes pretty quickly, within a few years. But now there's medication available, so if a person does have HIV, they can live long and healthy lives with that health condition or with that virus. That being said, HIV is not something we ideally want to have to deal with. It can be really intense. It can have pretty negative effects on our health. And we always say, like, you have to actually, with HIV, you have to take the same medication at the same time every day the rest of your life. And even something as simple as that can be life-changing. I always use the example of, like, have you ever tried to take a vitamin at the same time every day and, like, failed hard? Like, you can't even take a vitamin once a day, like, you forget. So even small things like that can be really hard, and it can be a pretty big life change. And we're really lucky because we live in British Columbia, and in BC, medication for HIV is actually free. So if we do end up with a health condition like HIV, we can get on that medication, and we can take care of ourselves, and we can live to be elders. So there's also some places in the world that are associated with HIV. Some places like Africa, like we hear HIV in Africa in the same sentence. We've all heard that, usually from the media, quite a bit. We also hear that there's a lot of HIV like on Hastings Street or in the downtown east side. So there's stereotypes about group of places that HIV is associated with. And essentially HIV exists in Africa, it exists in Canada, it exists in the US. It's a human-to-human virus, and it's not an isolated virus as well. In Africa, there's about 53 countries right now, I believe, so it's not a country, it's a continent. Some places in Africa have really high rates of HIV, and some of them have really low rates of HIV. So it doesn't really make sense when we say, like, when we associate HIV in Africa too much, or AIDS in Africa, because it exists here. In Canada, about 58,000 people are living with HIV, so that's a pretty significant number. And approximately 25% of people living with HIV don't actually know they have it because they aren't getting testing regularly. So testing regularly, like whether that's annually or biannually, whatever is right for us, is pretty important, because if we know we have HIV, that's when we can take care of ourselves and get on medication or do whatever is right for us. But because HIV is kind of related to death and related to sickness, I think it's a really natural human instinct to kind of put as much space between us and something we're afraid of as possible. And that's a really normal thing to say, you know, HIV only happens in Africa, HIV happens in the downtown east side, I don't have to worry about it. It's a really normal reaction when we're afraid of something. But we need to keep in mind that distancing can actually make us more vulnerable, and really that knowledge is power, and the more we know about HIV, the more we can take precautions to protect ourselves, and and to take care of our bodies. So I'm not here to scare anyone, it's just about kind of being aware and taking care of ourselves more than anything. And then with there's HIV, people get a little funny about so I think that adds to the stigma of social stuff and pressure that people living with HIV can feel. So like sex is associated with HIV, and sometimes we don't like talking about sex in a very open, honest way. Also needle use is associated with it. So needles are used for all sorts of things, but drugs being one of them, diabetes medication, steroids, vaccines, needles are used for all sorts of things. But sometimes drug use comes up when we're talking about HIV, and that can make some people feel pretty uncomfortable. What else do I have? But we'll go over more of the activities that can pass HIV later in the workshop. How are we doing for time?
We are at 20 to 10.
Okay, cool. Dakota, how are you doing? Okay. So there's also groups of people that can be associated with HIV, and that can be anything from gay men, or even men who have sex with men but don't identify as gay. Sex workers, so people who do sex work, as well as people who use drugs. So there's lots of stereotypes about groups of people that HIV affects. And it is true that some groups are disproportionately affected by HIV. Sometimes we call these marginalized groups. Question? Okay.
Chantel asks, is there a cost for the testing, and when or how often do people get tested?
That's a really good question. So there's no cost for testing for HIV. There's two options when we're testing. One of them is to get some blood taken, and the other one is it's kind of becoming more and more common, but it's called rapid testing, and it's actually, all they do is like poke your finger. It might hurt a little bit, but it's just a little poke, and then they take a little bit of that blood, and it's called rapid testing because your results come in about a minute. So there's two types of testing, and whatever we think is right for us or whatever is available in our community, we can talk about that with our nurses or our doctors. And how often to get tested?
Yes.
How often we get tested is a personal choice. Some of us get tested once a year. Some of us get tested twice a year, or even between partners, and it really just depends on what our lifestyle is and how many sexual partners we're having or kind of what we're up to. There's no judgment on that. That's all our personal choice. Even if we're in a monogamous relationship, it's a good idea to get our STI and our HIV testing about once a year anyways, just to keep care of ourselves and make sure we're healthy and doing okay.
Is there a cost for the medication?
So medication in British Columbia is free. So there is not a cost for medication. There can be certain barriers to medication if we're living in a small town. It might be a little bit harder for us. Finding access, like a doctor that knows about HIV medication, but it is free. Yeah.
Thank you for those questions, Chantel.
Thanks, Chantel. So where was I? Oh yeah, I was just talking about groups of people that comes up when we think of HIV, such as gay men or sex workers or people that use drugs. And it's really important just to keep in mind that HIV can affect anyone. It passes person to person, and these populations aren't even isolated within themselves as well, right? So it's always just good to be aware of HIV and how we can prevent it. There's also a lot of myths about how HIV can be passed. So there's all sorts of false assumptions about how HIV can be passed from one person to another. And I think it's up to us as youth that want to be supportive of our loved ones living with HIV, or that want to be informed, that we know these myths and we know they're not true. And that way we know we can hug a person living with HIV. We know we can give them a kiss. We know we can share cutlery with them, and knowing all of those things can really help a person living with HIV have kind of a healthier life mentally and emotionally when they know they're being supported by someone. Yeah, so in conclusion, it's not who we are that can put us at risk for HIV, it's just what we do. And even what we do, there's ways we can make that safer. Yeah. So does anyone have any questions about stigma or about the effects of stigma on a person living with HIV? Or comments even? We have a smiley face here. Okay. So I've been saying HIV and AIDS quite a bit. I've been kind of throwing it around. And believe it or not, HIV and AIDS are just another acronym that exists in our society. So we all know what LOL means. We all know what BRB means. But, well, our generation does.
Be right back.
Yeah, because most of us text or chat online and stuff. But HIV and AIDS are actually both acronyms as well. So I'm going to put these up behind me. I'm just going to put these here. And basically, they're acronyms that kind of explain what they're about and what they do, like every other acronym. So HIV, what it stands for is Human Immunodeficiency Virus. What that means is that, first, the H that stands for human means it's a human-to-human virus. Only humans can get it, and only humans can pass it. Also, any human can get it or pass it. It's not passed by, there's some myths that, humans got HIV from monkeys, but that's no longer, there's some theories about that, but it's just human to human now. So mosquitoes can't pass HIV, animals can't pass HIV if we get an animal bite. It's just human to human. And immunodeficiency is probably the longest word I ever have to say. But what it means is it's broken down into immuno and deficiency. And immuno refers to our immune system. So what our immune system does for us is it keeps our bodies safe. So what our immune system does is it's made out of white blood cells that fight off bacteria and viruses that enter our body. Simplified. And what deficiency means is that it's not working so great. So immunodeficiency means that over time, if HIV enters our bodies, it slowly breaks down our immune system, which makes us more vulnerable to viruses and bacteria. That can have very negative effects on our health. If someone had a flu, like a person with a healthy, built-up immune system has a flu, it lasts maybe like a week tops, and we're feeling good the day after or whatever. A person living with a compromised immune system, that same flu could last a few weeks or sometimes even a few months. It could be really hard for that person's body to fight it off. So that can be really hard to live with. But we're really lucky, like I said, in Canada, we have free HIV medication. So what HIV medication does is it helps our immune system stay healthy, and it also keeps the viral load down, which means the amount of HIV in our bodies, it keeps it as low as possible. And the V does not stand for vagina. It stands for virus. So what a virus is it's a small, like a small little thing that is made up of like proteins and RNA or something. It doesn't do anything on its own. It needs a host cell to live in and to do its work. So in the case of HIV, the host cell it needs is a white blood cell. I think it's kind of confusing just to talk about this stuff on camera, but basically what HIV does is it comes in, it finds this white blood cell, it uses that blood cell, it kind of does a body snatchers style on it. It comes in, takes over the blood cell, uses the blood cell to make copies of itself, and in the process the cell itself is destroyed and not doing its job properly. And that's when our immune system starts to be compromised. So that's what HIV stands for. So HIV is a virus, and that's the virus that's passed from one person to another. AIDS stands for Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, which is kind of confusing, but AIDS is basically a stage of HIV in our bodies where our immune system is compromised, so it's starting to break down, and when we can get really sick. So we're really lucky because in Canada, AIDS is actually not so much an issue these days because we do have medication that's pretty accessible and also free. So many people are living in this with HIV virus in their bodies, but without ever kind of getting to this stage where they're really sick. So we're really lucky in Canada. Does anyone have any questions about that? No. So HIV is the virus that's passed from one person to another. AIDS is not the virus that's passed. AIDS is a stage of the HIV virus in our bodies that mean we're just more vulnerable and might be getting more sick. Sometimes it's almost embarrassing how much I can just like talk.
Good.
But yeah, it comes in handy sometimes. So now that you know what HIV is, which is a virus that enters our body and affects a white blood cell called our CD4 cell, you're probably wondering, but how is HIV passed from one person to another? And why does Jessica keep saying passed? So the reason I say HIV passes from one person to another is because it's a virus. We often hear infected or even like gave HIV to another person. And it's just to recognize that if people aren't getting regular testing, and approximately 25% of people living with HIV don't actually know they have it, people don't infect people with HIV in a malicious way. Even though it's been kind of demonized in the media, most human beings, if they know they have HIV, they take care of themselves and they don't pass it to their partner, and definitely not on purpose. So that's why we say HIV is a virus that's passed from one person to another. So maybe I'll get Dakota to help me with this. So you can go there and stand and put stuff on. I'm gonna take it and then you can tape it when I give it to you. So yeah. Oh no, our condoms. No, they fell. Okay. So I'm going to go through something. It doesn't really matter so much what's on the paper, so don't worry if you can't see it. But something called our transmission equation. So in order for HIV to be passed from one person to another, we need 3 things. And I think that's in here somewhere. Yeah, so we need 3 things to pass HIV from one person to another. If we don't have one of them, HIV cannot pass to another person. We need all 3 of these things. And even if we have all 3 of these things present, it doesn't mean that 100% of the time HIV will pass to another person. It just means that if these 3 things are present, there's a possible HIV transmission. Does anyone have any questions about that? So just like if people are having sex unprotected, it doesn't mean 100% of the time they'll make a baby. Chances are eventually they might make a baby. It's probably a good metaphor. Okay. So the first thing we need for HIV to pass from one person to another is an HIV positive body fluid. There's only 5 body fluids that can pass HIV. Can someone take a guess at what one of those 5 body fluids is?
Oh, you with your hand up.
So what do we think one of the 5 body fluids that passes HIV is?
Sally has it right here on the computer.
So breast milk. Yes. Thanks, Sally. Sally? Yep. So yeah, Sally is right. Breast milk is one of the fluids that can pass HIV. Do we have any other guesses of fluids that can pass HIV? There's only 5. I'm kind of thinking you might know some of them, but might be kind of shy saying them. So blood. Blood is a body fluid that can pass HIV. Any other guesses? Oh, semen. Yep, so semen is a body fluid that can pass HIV. And when I talk about semen, I always talk about pre-cum as well. So pre-cum is the liquid, the small drop of liquid that is present at the tip of a penis when a penis first becomes erect. And the reason I talk about pre-cum is because pre-cum can have HIV in it, it can have other STIs in it, and it can have sperm, those swimmer guys in the semen in it. So that's why the pull-out method, where a person withdraws before ejaculating, is not an effective way of avoiding HIV or pregnancy or other STIs. So semen and pre-cum are fluids that can pass HIV. Any other guesses? We always have to trick people into saying this one, so we have some funny tricks, but vaginal fluid is one of them. So vaginal fluid is like lady semen, I guess. So this is, I shouldn't have said that, that was weird. So vaginal fluid is fluid that is present in the vagina There's always some present. It's totally normal and healthy. Whatever we have is, healthy for us, so that's fine. Some people have a little bit, some people have more. We just want to make sure that if we experience any change in that vaginal fluid, like it's a different color, or it smells a little bit differently, or even if there's like a little bit more, a little bit less, if we see a change in that, we just want to go check it out with our doctor and just make sure everything's okay. And last but not least, our fifth body fluid that can pass HIV is rectal fluid. So this probably isn't one that came up when I asked you guys this question. It's pretty important though. It's one of the 5 body fluids. Rectal fluid is fluid that is present in the bum. It is not poo, it's a mucus. It helps kind of just, our digestive system is lined like with fluid all the way from our mouth all the way to our bums. So it just helps everything kind of flow smoothly. And yeah, like I said before, completely normal and healthy, but it is one of the 5 body fluids that can pass HIV. So in conclusion, so the first part of our transmission equation, what we need to pass HIV from one person to another, is an HIV positive body fluid. So HIV has to be present in the body to start with, and then it's could be passed potentially by these 5 body fluids. So the first one is blood, breast milk, semen and pretum, vaginal fluid, and rectal fluid. So 5 body fluids. And the second thing we would need to pass HIV to another person, or for HIV to be passed to us, is direct access to the bloodstream. And the reason I say direct access to the bloodstream is because HIV is a very weak virus. It dies very quickly outside the human body. It actually dies. Does anyone want to take a guess of how long it takes HIV to die outside the body? So HIV dies outside the body within 30 seconds. So very, very quickly. That's why we need a direct access point to our bodies for it to be passed. So I put cuts in brackets here because cuts on the outside of our bodies are not a way that HIV can be passed. When, say, I get a scrape on my arm and the blood flows out, luckily it doesn't suck stuff in, so that's a nice kind of thing that it does. And also, even blood flows out and then scabs over pretty quickly. So that keeps us safe from HIV getting into our bodies on the outside. Also, if there were an HIV body fluid kind of near that cut, it dies within 30 seconds outside the body anyways, which we can keep in mind. So there are no known cases in Canada where HIV was passed by fighting, or even like blood brothers or blood sisters, where people, kind of cut their hand a little bit and pretend they're becoming blood sisters or whatever. So there's no known cases of HIV passing through a cut in Canada. But there are something called fissures. And fissures, what they are they're small microscopic tears on the inside of our bodies. So if we've ever flossed our teeth before and spit in the sink, and we can see a little bit of blood in the sink, that's because of a fissure. And fissures happen because of friction. They're normal. We can't see them, they're tiny, and they heal up really quickly. But they do make a direct access to our bloodstream. So fissures happen due to friction, and they can happen in the mouth, in the vagina, in the bum, or on the tip of the penis. And those are all places, most places that aren't exposed to air. So HIV wouldn't be dying quickly outside the body. But fissures are definitely a way we can have direct access to the bloodstream. And then I have D cells. So D cells are another white blood cell. They're a way we can have direct access to the bloodstream because they hang out on the openings to our bodies. And what they do is they're kind of like the bouncer of the immune system. So the bouncer hangs out on the outside and like makes sure everything is safe inside, right? So what D cells do is they have these long squiggly arms, and they hang out in the cervix, in the vagina, on the tip of the penis, and they just kind of make sure everything's okay and that there isn't any bacteria or viruses around. But when they do find a bacteria or a virus, what they do is they scoop it up in their arms, their D cell arms, their long arms, and they bring it into the body so the body can fight it off. That is we're lucky to have D cells. Most of the time they do their job. They take a virus or bacteria in, and that bacteria or virus is dealt with. Unfortunately for HIV is a little bit of a trickier virus, and HIV gets a direct ride kind of with that D cell into our bodies. So HIV just, our bodies don't fight it off right away, so that's the problem with that. So the 3 direct access to our bloodstream is oh wait, I need something else. Oh, we don't have it, okay. So we have fissures, which are small microscopic tears on the inside. We call them our soft squishy bits. We have D cells, which are those white blood cells that scoop things up and bring them in. And then we also have needle holes. So needle holes are holes that can go, and they pass directly through our skin, which is a natural defense system, and go straight into our bloodstream. So like I said before, needles are used for all sorts of things. It's not using needles that can put us at risk. It would be more sharing needles, which I'll talk about a little bit after. But needle holes are definitely a way we can have direct access to our bloodstream. And the third thing we need is, okay, say we have an HIV positive body fluid, we have direct access to the bloodstream, we need something to bring these two things together. And what that would be is what we call a risk activity. And most people call these things risk activities, which I think is, in a way, kind of funny, but also kind of weird, because most of us take risks. Risks are really important, especially as young people. I feel like I've said especially like 25 times, I'm sorry. But as young people, taking risks is really important. It's part of our natural growth and development. So if we never took risks, we would never find out what we're good at. We would never find out what we're really bad at either. And we wouldn't kind of discover ourselves and find out who we are as people. So taking risks is really important as young people. There's always ways that we can take those risks in a safer way and take care of ourselves. Sometimes I just call them transmission activities. So I think we're going to get a close-up on this. I'm ready for this. Catherine. So the way that we explain our risk activities is with our robots. Has anyone ever seen our robots before? So our robots, we use them at YouthCO to explain our risk activities. Maybe you can come a little bit closer. Maybe, yeah. It's okay. So the reason we use robots to explain our risk activities is because robots do not have a gender, they do not have a sexual orientation, they have no race. This could be any grouping of people. It's not who you are, but it's what you're doing, and there's always ways that we can do that safer. So this could be any grouping of people. And I'm going to go through our yes category. So these are the ways that HIV can be passed from one person to another. And the first one is sharing piercing equipment. So a piercer's needle is hollow, and if it's used by one person and there's blood in there and it's not exposed to air, HIV can actually survive a little bit longer. And then if that needle is in turn passed to another person, that's when that could be a risk for HIV. Obviously, there's ways we can do this safer. Most of us have some sort of piercing. We just want to make sure if we're getting a piercing in a studio, that our artist is opening up a new needle in front of us, and also that their office is really clean, almost like a doctor's office, and that they can answer any questions you have about how they keep you safe, because that's their job. If this is happening at home, which it does as well, we want to make sure we sterilize our equipment as best as possible. So that could mean boiling it or rubbing it with alcohol. That is not perfect, not necessarily the best idea, but it does happen. And we just want to make sure that we do not share those needles. The second one I have is sharing tattooing equipment. So tattooing itself is never a risk for HIV. It would be sharing the equipment that would be the risk. So when we go to get a tattoo, we want to make sure our artist is opening up a new needle in front of us and also pouring us our own ink. So our own needle and our own ink. Also that they can answer any questions you have about how they keep you safe as well. If this is happening at home or it's happening at a party, it's kind of the same deal. It's not ideal, but it does happen. Everyone just has their own needle and their own ink. We do not share those things. And this is sharing needles. These two robots look like they're kind of sharing needles to get high, but needles are used for all sorts of things. They're used for drugs, they're used for diabetes medication, they're used for steroids, vaccines, blood samples, all sorts of useful things. And it's not using needles that put us at risk for HIV, it's sharing needles that put us at risk. So we just want to make sure that when we are using needles that we dispose of them properly so no one else comes and picks them up and uses them or pokes themselves. And that also we're not sharing those needles. So needles are one-time use only and they're kept to ourselves. We don't share them. And this actually is the highest risk activity for passing HIV. And so I have unprotected vaginal sex. And this is vaginal sex without a condom. It's also a high risk activity for passing HIV. And we all know there's a way that we can do this safer. We can use condoms. Condoms are very effective in preventing HIV and other STIs, as well as unplanned pregnancies. We also want to make sure that if we need to, we're using lubrication. And we want to be using a water-based lubrication with condoms. Lubrication can make sex more pleasurable, as well as preventing those fissures that can happen because of friction. So it can also make sex more safe. And so this is the third highest risk activity for passing HIV. This is unprotected anal sex. So to do this safer, we want to be using a condom. And we also want to be using lots of lubrication to prevent those fissures from happening. And this is mom to baby. So HIV is not passed to an infant in the womb. So mother's bodies, it doesn't pass over the placenta. This would be a risk during childbirth. So in other countries where HIV medication is not so readily available, the chances of passing HIV on to an infant during childbirth is 1 in 3. So that's a pretty high percentage. But in Canada, where HIV medication is free, the chance of passing HIV on to an infant is less than 2%. And in BC last year, HIV was actually passed to no babies were passed HIV from their mothers. So what that means is that a person living with HIV can still have a family and can still have babies, just like they're planning on doing. They're not limited in their options of that. Question?
Are there any visible signs of someone with HIV?
With males or females?
Yeah.
So no, we cannot tell if someone's living with HIV. Oftentimes, even for ourselves, we can't tell if we have HIV. So it can take a while for HIV to really affect our immune systems and for us to start to get sick. That can be up to 10 years where we're living with HIV and don't even know it if we're not getting regular testing. But in that time, we can pass it on to partners. So that's why regular testing is important. Mm-hmm. Anything else I want to say about that? No. Some of the early symptoms of HIV are flu-like symptoms. And what do we think we have if we have flu-like symptoms? The flu, right? So if we just think we had a flu and we weren't even thinking about getting tested for HIV, that's why regular testing is important. So when mothers, okay, I'll just start with this. When mothers in Canada become pregnant, they're tested for HIV, and if they do have HIV, they're put on medication. That medication does not affect the baby. It doesn't cause birth defects or anything. And then when the baby is born, the baby is given a little bit of HIV medication as well. And that's why we have such amazing, small rates of HIV passing on to infants. We live in such an amazing place, like in regards to healthcare. So women living with HIV can have HIV negative babies, totally. It's very possible. So this is mother to baby during breastfeeding. So unfortunately, one thing a woman with HIV cannot do is breastfeed, because breast milk does have HIV in it. This is not a risk for adults, but for babies, their throats are actually open to the bloodstream, so they absorb things through their throats. This closes off around 2 years of age, so having something like breast milk in an adult's throat would not be a risk. That's kind of a weird thing to say, but if having an HIV positive body fluid in an adult person's throat would not be a risk. This is unprotected oral sex. So this is going down on someone. This is actually a really low risk for HIV. It can be a higher risk for other STIs. Did we know that we can get bacterial STIs in our throats? So yeah, it can be a high risk for other STIs. It's more of a risk to go down on a penis than it is to go down on a vulva. And to make this safer, we can put a condom over a penis, or we can put a dental dam over a vulva or a bum. And I will talk more about condoms and dental dams in a bit. So that's the end of our yes category. The 3 highest risk activities for passing HIV were sharing needles, unprotected vaginal sex, and unprotected anal sex. And I shared a little bit with you about how a safer way. And then I have a no category. I have a huge no category. This is my job as a sex educator is really debunking those myths and making it a safer world for HIV positive people to live in, because there's a lot of myths and a lot of assumptions and judgments to people living with HIV. So these are the ways that we cannot pass HIV from one person to another. We cannot pass HIV by shaking someone's hand. We cannot pass HIV by sharing cutlery or forks or cups. This is our tricky one. We cannot pass HIV by hand jobs. So there's always ways that we can express our sexuality in a safer way that is not a risk for HIV. This is not a risk for HIV. It can be a low risk for other STIs. So if we're touching our partner's junk and then touching our own junk, we just want to make sure we wash our hands in between just to be safe. Sharing cigarettes is not a risk. Mosquitoes are not a risk, even if they're giant robot mosquitoes. Needle pokes or occupational exposure is not a risk for HIV. I actually want that out of my pile. Sharing toilets or bathrooms with people is not a risk for HIV. Blood spills are not a risk for HIV, though even if we see a blood spill, we don't really want to go splashing around in it. It probably is risk for other bloodborne infections. Crying or tears are not a risk for HIV, so we can always be a shoulder to cry on for our loved ones. Sneezing is not a risk for HIV, so if someone sneezes on us, even though it's pretty gross and we might have gotten a cold, it's not a risk for HIV. Blood in the eye is not a risk for HIV. The only reason we have this is because there was a CSI episode where someone got blood in the eye and they got HIV, and we're like, damn you, CSI. So many people watch you and you're spreading myths about HIV. Animal bites are not a risk for HIV. Kissing is not a risk for HIV, so we can kiss away with no risk for HIV. Fighting is not a risk for HIV, though not the best life choice. And bathing together or swimming together or even going to sweat lodge together are not a risk for HIV. So I have my little harm reduction needles. Well, we have harm reduction needles, but that's harm reduction robots, which the first one is not sharing needles. So a way to make needle use safer is just by using our own needles and disposing of them properly in a sharps container afterwards. Using condoms, so yay, condoms. Condoms are a great way to prevent HIV. And my third robot is getting tested. So getting tested regularly is a very important part of not passing HIV, because even if we do end up with a virus like HIV, if we get on that medication and we push our viral load down, it's actually far less likely that we will ever experience the negative health effects of HIV, and it makes passing HIV to another person very low. So getting tested regularly is important. So that's the end of our robots. So we can zoom back out. Does anyone have any questions about that? Okay, show of hands, who did I scar for life? Show of hands. Okay. So yeah, just to go over that quickly, there's three parts and three things that we need to pass HIV from one person to another. The first is an HIV positive body fluid, so HIV has to be present in the first place. There's 5 body fluids that can pass it. Breast milk, blood, vaginal fluid, semen and precum, and rectal fluid. Then we need a way that we can have direct access to our bloodstream because HIV dies very quickly outside the body. And one thing that could be direct access to the bloodstream would be fissures. So those are those small microscopic tears in our soft squishy bits. Needle holes, they go directly into the bloodstream. And then the D cells, the ones that scoop up HIV and bring it inside the body. And then we have our risk activities, and the 3 highest risk activities for passing HIV was sharing needles, unprotected vaginal fluid, and unprotected vaginal sex, and unprotected anal sex. Someone needs some caffeine. What time is it?
Now 20 after 10.
Okay, cool. I'll finish the rest of this up pretty quick. So, someone asked a question, are there any visible signs if a person has HIV? And the answer was no. So we cannot tell if we have HIV. And some of the early signs or symptoms of HIV are flu-like symptoms. So if we may experience that, we may just think we have the flu and HIV might not even cross our minds. So that's why regular testing is important. And when we do testing at YouthCO, we just kind of do the 5 W's, like who, what, when, where, why. So who should get tested for HIV? The answer to that is any person who's sexually active or has taken part in any of the other of those risk activities. What an HIV test looks like is it's a blood test, so the nurse will either draw blood and send it to the lab for testing, or can do that rapid testing I was talking about with the needle poke, and where we get our results within a minute. HIV testing is also free. It's confidential, so even if we're an underage youth and we still live with like our mom or our dad or aunt or uncle or grandparents, whoever, their right to know our HIV status, it's always just our right. It's between us and our doctor. So that's what confidentiality means. It means our HIV status is between us and our doctor unless we choose to tell another person. So no one else can access that health information. There's also an option if you're really worried about confidentiality called non-nominal testing. And what non-nominal testing means is that we go to our doctor and we actually do not even have our name attached to our HIV result when it comes back. So we're given a code, and that code is put on our test paper. I'm not a nurse, I have no idea what this actually looks like. But we cannot actually get our HIV result unless we have that code. So it's so confidential that even if I lose that code, I can't get my own HIV results back and I have to do retesting. So that's another option if we're worried about confidentiality. So there was a few questions online about when we could get HIV testing. Once a year is usually a pretty safe bet. Sometimes if it's right for us, we can do twice a year. But there's something called a window period, and what a window period for HIV looks like is from the point when HIV enters our bodies to the time when it will show up accurately on an HIV test can be about 3 months. So what that means is that if a person has unprotected sex and they think they want to get tested for HIV, they have to wait 3 months to get an accurate result for that HIV test. So say if a person got tested last week for HIV, sorry, that totally didn't go wrong. Yeah, so we have to wait 3 months to get an accurate result after risk activity. So say unprotected sex happened, and again a month later, that put back that window period 3 months from that last risk activity. So it's just something to keep in mind when we're going tested for HIV. So if someone had unprotected sex, say last week, and they want an HIV test, it won't necessarily provide results. So it has to be 3 months from that last risk activity. Where we can get HIV tests are youth clinics. So youth clinics are a great option if there's one in our area for getting tested. I think youth clinics are a really good option because we know when we enter youth clinic that they know youth sexuality exists, which is really important, that people aren't in denial about youth sexuality, because sometimes there can be a lot of judgment on it. That we know they're going to give us non-biased, non-judgmental health information. At youth clinics, we can also get free condoms. We can usually get free birth control, which if we have status, and if we have a status card, free birth control anyways. But if we don't have a status card, we can go to youth clinic to get it free or really cheap. We can go to clinics to get testing. We can go to our doctor. Some people say a hospital, but a hospital is an okay option if it's our only option, but a clinic will be much faster. And why we would get HIV testing would be to protect ourselves. So if we do end up with a virus like HIV, we can get on that medication and take care of our bodies. We can be aware of our HIV status so that we aren't passing it to a partner by mistake or not thinking about it. It's also a good idea, especially, no, I shouldn't say that. Okay. Yeah, so it's a good idea, to get testing. There's all sorts of reasons and all sorts of personal reasons why we would get testing for HIV. So I want to ask you guys a question. Where can you get testing in your community? So whatever community you're from, where can you go to get HIV testing or STI testing? So I just have a question up here asking if I know of any support groups for people that are positive. Yes, there are lots of support groups for people that are living with HIV. YouthCO has a few support groups, so we are in downtown Vancouver. AIDS Vancouver has support groups, as well as Positive Living, I believe, Positive Living BC. And so there's support groups all over the place. I was actually talking to youth from Canham Lake who they had, I guess, an uncle who came back home when he was positive and wasn't being treated very, very fairly, and his mom actually started a support group for him in the community, which is so cool. So we see support popping up all over the province, and it's really great. If there isn't support groups, we can always start one. Even if we aren't positive, we could always support, if we know a positive person in our lives, we can support them in starting a support group. So there's also all sorts of options for that. Okay, so someone's just telling me that they can do testing in their local clinic. Awesome. Does you have any questions?
Oh, there's a question. Oh, okay.
Awesome. So I'm going to end this workshop, well, almost end it, with a condom demonstration. How many have had a condom demonstration already in school or something? Yeah, so the reason I do condom demonstrations all the time, even if I've done them before, is there's no harm in a reminder. Often when we do condom demonstrations with different people, there's always something new to learn and to make sure we're doing it properly. There's nothing wrong with that. So I'm going to do my first condom demonstration on our demonstrator. So this is our demonstrator. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it's painted gold. I'm going to use unlubed condoms, but when we are using condoms for sex, we want them to have lubrication on them to prevent those fissures and to make them more pleasurable. So there's 3 things we check for when we're using a condom. The first one is we do the pillow test. It's okay. So we do the pillow test, and that's just, we can fold our condom in half and just make sure that there's air in there. Because if there isn't air in there, that means there's a hole in the package, that's for sure, and could be a hole in the condom. So that's why condoms come in like 2s or 4s. So if we find a hole in our condom or our condom breaks or something, we always have our backup condoms. So if we're going to go out in the town and we think we might get lucky, we just want to throw more than 1 condom in our backpack or in our purse. The second thing we check for is the expiry date. So where is the expiry date? So 2016, no rush. And then we check for a sentence on the back that is not very sexy but very important. And it's just something along the lines of, this is a latex condom, it prevents against unplanned pregnancy, HIV, and STIs. So those are the 3 things we check for. Oh my gosh, I lost my train of thought suddenly. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah. So when we are using lubrication with condoms, we want to make sure they're water-based. And I have a little example of the water-based condom the water-based lubrication that comes with condoms. So these are, the aqua lube that comes with condoms is safe. That's the one that nurses and stuff give us. Nurses and youth workers, whatever. So condoms are also allergic to oil-based products. So oil-based products can be anything from lipstick to baby oil to Vaseline. All of those things break down condoms very quickly. So it's always water-based. And say if we're using a condom for oral sex and then we want to have penetrative sex, it's a good idea to take that condom off and to change it in case any like chapstick or lipstick got on that condom and can cause it to break. So after we realize our condom's okay to use, if we get this from like a nurse or a person who works in the school or the pharmacy, they're usually good. We just want to double check because sometimes condoms are like just for gimmicks or for jokes. We just want to make sure they're safe. So we kind of push our condom to the side and we tear along the perforated edge. We don't want to use our teeth or scissors because we already checked to see if there's a hole in the condom, and we don't want to create a hole in the condom after we thought it might be safe. So we just pull along the perforated edge. We take our condom out, and there's 2 ways a condom can go. The first, kind of like a toque, where it's kind of curled under. We don't want a toque. What we want is a sombrero. So this is where the condom is kind of rolled a little bit over. If we want to double check, we can kind of pull it down a little bit and just make sure it's going to roll down. So if I put this on the wrong way, can I just turn it around and use it? No, because pre-cum might be there. So if we do put our condom on the wrong way by accident, we can just check it out, use our backup condoms. So sometimes before we're using a condom, we might want to put a little bit of lubricant in the tip of the condom to make it more pleasurable for the person wearing it. And then we can pinch the tip of the condom and roll it all the way down to the base. During sex, we want to make sure that the condom is rolled all the way down the whole time. So we can do that in 2 ways. We can either look like, oh, look, that condom is rolled all the way down to the base still. Or we can just feel and make sure it's still there. Condoms are pretty effective, but with human error, they're about 86% effective. So we would just want to use them as safely as possible. We let the magic happen, whatever that may be. They can also be used on sex toys if we're using sex toys. And that's just to recognize that people express their sexuality in all sorts of ways. There's no one right way to do it. After the person has ejaculated, if this is being used on a penis, we want to hold the base of the penis like with a condom and pull out. And that will keep all of the fluids inside. So after that, we just kind of want to roll it off and keeping all the fluids inside. And after that, do we like wash it and hang it up to dry for next time? No, right? No, we just use them once. So after that, we can just tie it and throw it in the garbage. So if we want to be a little bit more discreet about this, we can like put some toilet paper around it, but always throw it in the garbage. These unclog toilets, and that can be a really awkward conversation to have with whoever unclogs your toilet, if you know what I mean. So these always go in the garbage. And there's another cool thing that we can do with condoms, and this is like our crafting with YouthCO. So we can also make a homemade dental dam with condoms. What fun. So what we want to do if we want to make a homemade dental dam is we pull off this elastic part. If we want, we can use it as a hair tie to tie our hair back. And we can either use scissors or we can just pull it. So what we do is we just pull along, we just kind of rip it down the condom. And now I have a latex barrier. So a latex barrier or a dental dam can be used to have safer sex on a vulva. So this can be placed over a vulva, or it can be used on a bum for rimming, safer rimming. We just want to make sure that we're never going from a vulva to a bum or back and forth, because that can pass bacteria. We just want to keep everyone healthy and safe. Also, that our side and our partner's side, we don't like switch that. So our side is our side, our partner's side is their side. If we want to make this more pleasurable, we can put some lube on their side, and maybe even some flavor lube on our side. But there's always ways that we can have safer sex in a fun way. Does anyone have any questions about that?
We just have one comment. The person had said 86%. I thought that was 99.9%.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So I said condoms are very effective if used properly. With human error, they're about 86% effective. So human error would be something like by accident using oil-based lube on a condom, or the condom breaking. So if we ever need to use lubrication, using lubrication is a great way to make sex more pleasurable and also prevent the condom from breaking. So another condom I wanted to talk about was the insertive condom. So this is another option. So these are latex condoms. You can get condoms like this that go on a penis or a sex toy that are non-latex too. I think the Skin brand is something that's advertised, like SKYN brand, is a non-latex condom that goes on a penis. Insertive condoms or female condoms are also non-latex, so they're a great alternative to latex condoms. So these are known as the female condoms. Sorry, my throat is dry. These are known as female condoms, but they can also be used in a bum, and everyone has a bum. So we call them insertive condoms to be inclusive to everyone. And we can do the same thing. We can do a pillow test and just make sure there's air inside. And we can read the expiry date, which is on the side. So this is 2015, not too bad. And then we can just tear along the edge and take it out. So this is what an insertive condom looks like. It's a little bit bigger. It has 2 rings. They're both very flexible and very soft. It has an inner ring and an outer ring. And it also comes very lubricated. Okay, so this can be used for anal sex or vaginal sex. The way it's used for anal sex is the ring is taken out and the condom is inserted like on a sex toy or on a penis into the bum. And the way that this is used for vaginal sex is this ring. We kind of like just pinch it and it goes automatically into a figure 8. And for demonstration purposes, this is a vagina. And then all we do is we just kind of push the inner ring into the vagina. And what will happen is that ring will sit on the cervix, and the cervix is the muscle that's kind of between our vagina and our uterus. So it's the opening to our uterus. And that will sit there and hold it in. And then the outer ring will actually sit on top of the labia of the female genitalia, or labia is female genitalia, so it'll sit on the labia. This can actually be a really great option if, for instance, herpes, like a virus that's passed skin to skin, if one partner does have herpes, this can provide a little bit more protection on the outer part of the genitalia. It can sound a little bit funny at first. It sounds like a plastic bag. But once warmed up to body temperature, it takes about 20 minutes. It actually is supposed to feel very natural and like fine. So it won't make that plastic bag noise after about 20 minutes. These are great options. I think it's really cool that we have a female condom, because if we're having a hard time negotiating condom use with our partner, this is something that we have control over. So this is used with our bodies. I encourage people to, stop by the health center, stop by the youth center, and pick up an insertive condom and pick up a condom and just kind of like take them home and like check them out and see what they're about, because we don't want the first time we're using condoms to be the first time we're like seeing them and figuring out what they're about, right? So if we are curious, we can go like check them out and just like see what they're about. There's nothing wrong with that. It's a completely healthy thing to do, to be like taking care of ourselves and figuring out what condoms are about. So if anyone has any questions about that, feel free to ask. So we have about 15 minutes left. And one thing I want to talk about. Thank you. Yes, I usually just rub it into my hands because like it's a nice hand cream. One thing that's important to keep in mind before we're thinking about having sex or before we're thinking about using condoms is something called consent. So I'm sure we've all heard the word consent. Consent kind of means to give permission. So before we're having sex with someone, we want to make sure that we feel really good. So we feel like our brains are into it. So lips are like, yeah, this is a good idea. I think this could be fun. Our hearts feel like they're going to get taken care of and they feel like protected, and then our guts feel, well, we want to make sure that our gut is feeling healthy as well, because sometimes if we're nervous about something or we know something is wrong, our guts are the first thing to tell us, right? We feel that grumbling and we just know something's wrong. So we want to make sure that our heads are into it, our hearts are into it, and our guts are into it. And that's when we know that we might be ready to have sex and we are in a comfortable space. So we want to make sure that we're giving permission for someone to have sex, and also that we're getting permission. So we make sure that our partner is feeling comfortable and feeling into the situation, and that if anyone needs to wait, there's nothing wrong with waiting. We want everyone to be having a fun time and everyone to be having everyone to be having a good time. Is that okay? That's okay? That thing on the screen? Okay. It's also never okay for a person that's in a position of power to ask a young person for sex. And it's never the young person's fault if this happens, it's the older person's fault. And those laws are there to protect young people. So it's never okay for someone like a coach to ask us for sex, someone like a boss or even a youth worker to ask us for sex. That's not okay, and those are all positions of power where they should not be taking advantage of young people. And it's never the young person that's at fault, it's the older person. Also, it's never okay for a person to ask us for sex if we're drunk or high. So when a person is under the influence, they are usually making decisions that they wouldn't normally make, and it's actually not legal for a person to ask us for sex if we're drunk or high. As well, it's not okay for a person to give another person alcohol or drugs in order to get sex from them. So these are all just laws to protect people. And if we have ever experienced that, like someone is taking advantage of us, whether we're under the influence or not, we can always take care of ourselves. We can go to a nurse and make sure our bodies are taken care of. and we can go to like a counselor or a parent or a friend to talk to and make sure our emotional and mental aspects are taken care of as well if we have had sexual assault happen to us. Yeah, so that's basically kind of what I wanted to say about consent and about just knowing that it's okay to say no. It's okay to say yes too, right? Sexuality is fluid and there's nothing wrong with being into it, and there's also nothing wrong with not being into it. We should have the right to ask for what's right for us at the moment. Yeah, so I just kind of wanted to end with a little bit of a kind of, because this is our basic HIV 101 workshop, and I think an important part of talking about HIV is that people that are living with HIV, it's very important that we support them and that we take care of them. People living with HIV experience a lot of discrimination and a lot of judgment, and I really hope that this workshop and our whole no category really helped everyone to know that even if we know a person in our life that is living with HIV, that is not a reason to ever discriminate against them. We can always hug them, we can always take care of them and love them. There's nothing wrong with that, and we can do that in a safe way. And if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. You can always email me. My email is jessicas@youthco.org. I know your nurse. I've met your nurse, so you can she can give you my contact information. Feel free to like us on Facebook. So we're Aboriginal Youth Program on Facebook, and our organization is YouthCO AIDS Society. And that's filled with all sorts of information. If you have any more questions, feel free to send us an email. Yeah, and that's pretty much the end of our presentation. Thank you.
We do have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are you traveling in BC this year up north, Williams Lake?
We actually, as far as I know, are not traveling to Williams Lake right now. If you want, you can get in touch with your community health nurse, and you can ask her to look at your options for us coming to visit you. When I was working at Healing Our Spirit, we went up to Williams Lake and did some workshops up at Sugarcane, I think, and some reserves around there. So it's always an option. Unfortunately, we don't have a travel budget right now, so sometimes community health nurses have some money for travel, and sometimes they don't. So that's something we're looking into for the next year, getting a travel budget. Yeah. So, but as of yet, we don't have any Williams Lake trips planned. Mm-hmm.
Can I ask you another question?
Mm-hmm.
Just knowing the training that people I know are taking with YouthCO, what does volunteering look like with YouthCO?
We have all sorts of cool volunteer opportunities. Because we're a youth organization, everyone is under 30. We do everything for ourselves. It's so cool. So everyone from our board of directors, which you can volunteer for if you want to be on a board of directors, we have outreach. So when we go to schools or we go community events, we do Car Free Day on the Drive and on Main Street in Vancouver. We have I think we have a PR team, and I think we have also a marketing team. So we have kind of the business side and the fun side and the education side. We have a peer facilitation team where people learn how to do our workshops, and they actually go out into schools and assist us and also lead the workshops, which is really cool. The Aboriginal Youth Program itself has a volunteer team. So basically what we're doing right now is we're kind of new, we're babies, but what we've been doing is meeting and just kind of talking and watching documentaries and kind of getting up to date on our HIV information, and then we're going to do summer outreach. So there's all sorts of cool stuff you can do to volunteer at YouthCO. We accept practicum students, so if anyone's looking for a fun, cool practicum, we provide that space. So all sorts of stuff, yeah.
Great, thank you. And I just bring that up because now, with some of the programming that we're doing here in our department, I'm looking at young people's resumes, and the volunteering becomes a really big factor when there isn't a lot of work experience. So the volunteer experience becomes equally as important on a resume and what that might look like. So I'm now learning to ask that question to presenters. So it's really interesting that there is so many opportunities for volunteering in your organization. There's a question?
Because I
Do we?
Thank you very much. You guys want to say thank you?
No problem.
Girls are shy.
That's okay. I was actually thinking about the presentation because I was trying to remember and reflect back to many, many years ago, at least 25 years or 26 years ago, when I first heard a presentation on HIV and AIDS and how everything has changed, the thinking and the progression of where we were 26 years ago when I was a youth and in that age bracket to today, and how much more different and how much how I actually appreciate just sitting through this presentation as an adult, because not only is there the educating the adults, I meant the youth, but there's also educating the adults, because I did learn a lot today sitting here and how things have changed and progressed, and you know, the 1 + 1 + 1 is just a concept that can be grasped, right? I really appreciate how everything was put together and how you made that connection in the person about HIV and cancer and the blame and the shame, because I know as a previous health director, the work that I did in communities, not only with, you know, a youth walking in who had believed that she had contracted HIV, but also knowing the resources that were out there. I mean, at that point in time, I didn't know. You know, I relied heavily on my community health nurse and, you know, the public health nurses to give direction with this distraught teenager who was in my office saying, I think I've been exposed. You know, and there's emotional testing, the emotional piece waiting for the testing. So there is a lot of the pieces that you put together that is a valuable resource to our youth. So with all that being said, I'd like to thank both of you for coming in today, and I look forward to our ongoing joint ventures and presentations. And our next circle is March 12th with YouthCO and Jessica, and it is on contraception. It's from 9 to 11 a.m. I guess we're looking at the times. Now, I'm not sure if the 10 to 12 bracket will work better than the 9 to 11. How did it work for everybody that's online? Because this is actually our first session. And just like to get some feedback on that, because we're always looking for areas to improve. We found that the 2 to 4 time frame didn't work for everybody, so we thought we would try and move it to the morning. But we're trying to accommodate you, the participants, and the communities and the schools and the classrooms. So if you have any feedback around that, if we want to go 10 to 12, just let us know that, and then we can start advertising as such. I know that would work for us, but like I say, we're accommodating to meeting your needs and delivering these services for you. And on March 13th, the First Nations Youth Council of British Columbia Association is having a presentation on sharing your wisdom from 9 to 11. Again, we're always open to ideas and things that are happening in your communities if you would like to share that with us. And we'd like to thank you for participating in today's circle. Is there any final comments? Are there any free workshops to bring into the community?
So all of our workshops are free. Unfortunately, we don't have a travel budget right now. I'm actually meeting with someone today to look at hopefully creating some sort of travel budget for next year. But at this point, if you're in the northern, Northern Health, you can contact the Northern Coalition on the Northern Aboriginal Coalition on HIV and AIDS. They have an educator right now that's in the north. As far as we go, we're provincial, so yeah, but we don't have a travel budget right now, unfortunately, so we're trying to get one of those. So if a community were to bring us in, they would pay for the plane ticket. and a few other things. So if you want your local community health nurse to contact me about that, that's an option we can look at.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further questions on Adobe? Just a comment? That was awesome and inspiring. Thank you so much.
Cool, thank you.
So thank you very much for participating, and please look for our future advertising on the UBC Learning Circle, and please check out the youthco.org website. Thank you and have a nice day.